Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Midsummer twilight cast long shadows across Hogwarts' Great Hall as the graduation ceremony reached its crescendo. Enchanted constellations danced across the ceiling, while ancient tapestries billowed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of possibility. For the seventh-year students in their formal robes, the air itself seemed charged with the magic of endings and beginnings. Professor Lorcan Drake observed the proceedings from the shadows of a stone archway, his scarred hand unconsciously tracing the outline of the silver pocket watch concealed within his robes. 8 years had passed since he'd left the Department of Mysteries' Special Aura Division, trading the perilous work of hunting dark artifacts for the quieter dangers of teaching defense against the dark arts. Yet old habits lingered. His eyes continually scanned the hall, identifying exits, assessing threats that weren't there. Tonight, something felt wrong. The headmistress raised her wand, sending a shower of golden sparks cascading over the gathered students. "As you leave these hallowed halls," she intoned, "remember that Hogwarts remains eternally your home." Her words died as a tremor shook the ancient stones. Crystal goblets rattled against tables. Portraits clung to their frames. High above, near the enchanted ceiling where the constellations now swirled in alarming patterns, a previously invisible object caught the failing light, an ornate mirror suspended between the massive wooden beams that supported the ceiling's magical enchantments. Its surface rippled like disturbed water, cracks spreading across its face like silver lightning. Before anyone could react, the mirror shattered with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes, its fragments dispersing in all directions, passing through stone and wood as if they were no more substantial than mist. In the shocked silence that followed, Lorcan alone recognized the catastrophe unfolding. He had seen that mirror once before, catalogued in the department's most restricted archives, Ravenclaw's Mirror of Divergent Fates, known in whispered legends as the Mirror of 1,000 Destinies. By midnight, the first signs of reality's unraveling were impossible to ignore. Corridors that had led to the astronomy tower for 1,000 years suddenly opened onto cavernous libraries that had never existed. Students reported encountering multiple versions of the same classmate, one a prefect, another bearing Quidditch captain insignia, a third covered in scars from battles never fought. In the headmistress's office, Lorcan paced before the assembled staff. "The mirror fragments have torn holes in our reality," he explained, his Irish accent thickening with urgency. "Each shard contains a glimpse of what might have been, alternate destinies for the castle and everyone within it. As the fragments disperse, these alternate realities are bleeding into our own." "Surely the Department of Mysteries should handle this," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "If what you say is true—" "There's no time," Lorcan interrupted. "By dawn, the first permanent merges will occur. Within 3 days, our reality will be unrecognizable, a patchwork of conflicting timelines, most likely unstable enough to collapse entirely." "What do you propose, Professor Drake?" the headmistress asked. her voice steady despite the chaos unfolding throughout her school. Before Lorcan could answer, the office door swung open. Ilara Shacklebolt entered, her Hufflepuff prefect badge gleaming against midnight blue unspeakable robes that she certainly hadn't been wearing at the graduation ceremony hours earlier. Her dark eyes fixed on Lorcan with recognition that cut him to the core, recognition that belonged to a timeline where they had been colleagues, not teacher and student. The department sent me," she said simply, though the Ilara he knew had been scheduled to begin aura training next week, not serve as an unspeakable agent. Or rather, a version of me. I've been tracking temporal anomalies since the mirror fractured. She placed a shimmering map on the headmistress's desk, showing Hogwarts overlaid with glowing points of light. These are the fragment locations. We need to retrieve them before the realities they contain fully manifest. Lorcan studied the young woman before him, confident, capable, displaying knowledge of temporal magic far beyond her years. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized what he was witnessing. This was Ilara from a different destiny, one where she had chosen a different path. The mirror pieces will only respond to someone from this original timeline, she continued, working in tandem with someone who understands their magic. Her eyes met Lorcan's. That would be us, Professor. Their first retrieval took them to the room of requirement, which had transformed into a vast chamber Lorcan had never seen before, a repository of shattered magical artifacts stretching farther than seemed physically possible. At its center hovered a mirror fragment, around which reality itself seemed to bend and distort. "Don't look directly at it," Lorcan warned as they navigated the treacherous path between broken vanishing cabinets and cracked time-turners. The fragment shows a future that could be, tailored to the viewer's deepest desires or fears. "I'm well aware of how Ravenclaw's mirror functions," Ilara replied, her tone suggesting years of experience she shouldn't possess. She withdrew an ornate silver box etched with runes. "This containment vessel should hold up to 3 fragments. The others are scattered throughout the castle. We'll need to create more vessels as we go." As they worked to capture the fragment, Ilara's movements revealed a fluidity and precision that spoke of years of training. When a nearby cabinet suddenly burst open, disgorging a swarm of spectral moths with razor-sharp wings, she reacted instantly, her non-verbal shield charm manifesting with a strength that left Lorcan momentarily stunned. "You're wondering how I became this version of myself," she said later, as they secured the fragment in its runic prison. "In my timeline, you recruited me to the department directly from Hogwarts. We worked together for 4 years before—" She hesitated. "Before we lost you on a mission to retrieve an artifact from the Veil." Lorcan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the castle's ancient stones. "And the mirror? What do you know of its purpose?" Her expression darkened. "It was created by Rowena Ravenclaw to visualize possible futures, a tool for making perfect choices, but its power grew beyond her control. The founders eventually decided it was too dangerous and concealed it within Hogwarts itself, where the castle's magic could contain it. Yet someone deliberately released it tonight," Lorcan observed. "The question is who and why." They retrieved 3 more fragments over the next 12 hours, racing against a reality that grew increasingly unstable. Staircases rearranged themselves into impossible configurations. Ghosts from timelines where different students had died haunted unfamiliar corridors. In the Great Hall, they encountered a version where Slytherin House had been abolished after the Second Wizarding War, its table replaced by a memorial to the fallen. With each fragment secured, Lorcan noticed subtle shifts in Ilara, moments where her alternate self's memories seemed to conflict with her own. Once, she called him by a name he'd abandoned decades ago. Another time, she reached for a wand holster on her left arm that wasn't there. "The fragments are affecting you," he realized, as they paused in an abandoned classroom to create another containment vessel. "Your two timelines are trying to reconcile." Ilara nodded grimly. "The longer we take, the more the realities will merge. We need to find who's responsible. They'll have the remaining fragments." Their answer came from an unexpected source. As they approached the entrance to the Department of Mysteries outpost, a little-known satellite office concealed behind a bookshelf in the restricted section, they encountered a first-year student wandering the corridors in apparent confusion. "Everything's wrong," the boy whispered, eyes wide with fear. "The castle knows it too. I can hear it groaning." "What's your name?" Ilara asked gently. "Albus," he replied. "Albus Potter." Lorcan exchanged a glance with Ilara. In their timeline, Harry Potter's son was about to enter his third year, not his first. "The man in the clock room," Albus continued. "He showed me pictures of my father, different pictures, where he wasn't famous, where no one had ever heard of Voldemort." The department outpost had been transformed into a temporal laboratory. Circular tables held dozens of mirror fragments, each projecting ghostly scenes from alternate timelines. Standing amidst this constellation of possibilities was Cronius Knott, an unspeakable, whom Lorcan had once considered a friend before their paths diverged. "I wondered when you'd find me," Knott said without turning, "though I expected department agents, not a professor and his student." "Former agent," Lorcan corrected, wand raised. "And Ms. Shacklebolt is hardly just a student, as you well know," Knott smiled thinly. "Interesting. So you've encountered some of the timeline bleeds already." He gestured to the fragments surrounding him. "Beautiful, aren't they? Each one a world where history took a different turn." "You shattered the mirror deliberately," Ilara said. "You're trying to force a permanent reality merge." "I'm trying to save countless lives," Knott countered. "Oh, do you see this timeline?" He pointed to a fragment showing a peaceful Diagon alley, bustling with shoppers, no sign of war or loss. "Here, Tom Riddle received help for his troubled mind before he ever became Voldemort. The First and Second Wizarding Wars never happened. Thousands who died in our timeline lived full, happy lives." "At what cost?" Lorcan demanded. "Universal collapse." "The mirror's power was contained for a reason I've discovered," Knott replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Did you never wonder why Hogwarts was built with such formidable protections? Why the founders chose this particular location, atop a nexus of ley lines? The school was never their primary purpose." He pointed to a final fragment, larger than the others, showing a vast chamber deep beneath the castle. Hogwarts was constructed as a prison, a magnificent cage for something the founders encountered when they first came to this valley. Something ancient and terrible that feeds on possibility itself. As if summoned by his words, the castle shuddered. Deep below, something stirred, awakened by the fracturing of realities above. The mirror was its seal, Ilara realized, horror dawning on her face. "But by shattering it, I've created a diversion," Knott finished. "In the confusion of merging realities, I can extract the timeline where Voldemort never rose, preserve it while the others collapse." His eyes gleamed with fervor. One perfect world, saved from the void. What followed was a duel unlike any fought in Hogwarts before, spells from 3 different versions of reality clashing in spectacular fashion. Knott wielded temporal magic that aged stone to dust in seconds and reverted fired curses to their potential energy. Lorcan countered with artifact disruption spells from his Auror days, while Ilara's wandwork blended techniques from 2 different lifetimes of magical training. In the midst of battle, the largest mirror fragment fell, shattering against the stone floor. The result was immediate. A yawning chasm opened beneath them, revealing glimpses of a chamber vast beyond comprehension, where something immense shifted in the darkness. The devourer of possibilities, not whispered, all color draining from his face. It's awake. In that moment of shared peril, old alliances reformed. Together, the three began an incantation that drew the scattered fragments toward them, hundreds of shards swirling in a glittering vortex. As the spell reached its crescendo, the fragments fused, reforming the ancient mirror. "It needs a focal point," Elara shouted over the roar of magic, "a single timeline to anchor it." Lorcan met her eyes, understanding passing between them. "Your dual nature, straddling two timelines. You can be the conduit." Before she could protest, he pressed the restored mirror into her hands. Light erupted from every inch of its surface as Elara gasped, her body momentarily containing 1,000 possible versions of herself. The mirror absorbed this temporal energy, its surface rippling before settling into a perfect reflection once more. The rumbling ceased, the castle stilled. Reality snapped back into place like an elastic band. When the headmistress found them hours later, only Lorcan and a very confused Elara Shacklebolt, the ordinary 7th-year graduate with no memory of being an unspeakable, remained. Of Not in his temporal laboratory, there was no sign. In subsequent days, as the castle returned to normal, few remembered the strange events of graduation night. Those who did recalled only a minor magical disturbance, quickly contained. Only Lorcan, standing alone in the astronomy tower a week later, understood the truth. The mirror of 1,000 destinies had been restored to its place among the ceiling beams of the Great Hall, once again invisible to all who didn't know to look for it. Its surface occasionally rippled when he observed it, showing him glimpses of paths not taken. In one such reflection, he saw himself and an older Elara, unspeakable badges gleaming on their robes, continuing their work together. In another, the thing beneath Hogwarts had broken free, devouring possibility until only void remained. "All destinies balanced on the edge of a mirror," he murmured to himself, turning away from the temptation to look too deeply. Some things, he had learned, were best left unreflected upon. Beneath his feet, Hogwarts stood firm, a school, yes, but also a fortress, a prison, and a repository of secrets that would remain safely contained for another generation. Story 2. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest whispered secrets older than Hogwarts itself as the autumn storm raged overhead. Lightning carved silver paths across the midnight sky, momentarily illuminating what centuries of darkness had concealed. In that fleeting brightness, the earth itself seemed to crack open, revealing stone stairs descending into the unknown, stairs that had not seen the light of day since the founding of the school itself. By morning, news of the mysterious ruin spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Students pressed their faces against rain-streaked windows, straining for a glimpse of the team of wizards now gathered at the forest's edge. Among them stood Professor Minerva McGonagall, her emerald robes whipping about her tall frame as she directed the expedition with the authority that had made her a legendary headmistress even after her retirement. From her vantage point in the astronomy tower, Arya Blackthorne observed the commotion with an unease that transcended mere curiosity. The 16-year-old Ravenclaw had spent 6 years at Hogwarts blending into shadows, concealing the visions that had plagued her since childhood, flashes of a castle not quite the Hogwarts she knew, of corridors that led to impossible chambers, of a magnificent great hall with 5 tables instead of 4. But they've found something, haven't they? The voice behind her belonged to Corvus Lestrange. His Slytherin tie loosened with deliberate carelessness, silver eyes narrowed against the morning light. Though they shared no classes and fewer words, Arya had always been unsettlingly aware of his presence, as if some ancient magic recognized what they themselves did not. "There's something that should have remained buried," she replied, the words escaping before she could contain them. Corvus raised an eyebrow, studying her with new interest. "You've seen it before." Not a question, but a statement, delivered with the confidence of someone accustomed to being right. Before Arya could deny it, a commotion below captured their attention. The expedition team emerged from the tree line, levitating between them a massive stone archway covered in elaborate carvings. Even from a distance, the central emblem was unmistakable, a winged serpent encircling a burning tree, a crest that appeared in no Hogwarts history book, but had featured in Arya's vision since she was 7 years old. Professor McGonagall's face had gone pale as parchment. Her wand trembled visibly as she traced the outline of the crest, lips forming words lost to the wind. When she looked up toward the castle, her eyes seemed to fix directly on Arya with such intensity that the girl instinctively stepped back from the window. "The fifth house," Corvus whispered, his usual arrogance replaced by genuine awe. "Ouroboros house. It wasn't just a legend." Arya turned to him sharply. "Anna, how do you know that name?" His expression shuttered, aristocratic features rearranging into careful neutrality. "Family history. The Lestranges have always kept meticulous records." Without another word, he turned on his heel and descended the spiral staircase, leaving Arya alone with the terrible certainty that everything was about to change. By nightfall, the castle itself seemed to breathe differently. Torches flickered without wind, portraits whispered anxiously among themselves, and the very stones emanated a chill that no warming charm could dispel. In the library, Arya hunched over ancient texts, searching desperately for mentions of the winged serpent crest, finding only redacted passages and pages clearly torn from otherwise pristine volumes. "You won't find anything there," came McGonagall's voice, startling Arya so badly she knocked over an inkwell. With a flick of her wand, the former headmistress vanished the spreading stain. The Ministry quite thoroughly expunged Ouroboros house from official records after the purge of 1324. "Professor, I don't understand. But you've seen it, haven't you, Miss Blackthorne? In dreams, perhaps?" "Or waking visions?" McGonagall's piercing gaze softened with unexpected compassion, "just as your mother did, and her mother before her." Arya's heart hammered against her ribs. Her mother had died when she was just 3, leaving behind nothing but a strange silver locket Arya kept hidden beneath her robes, a locket bearing the same winged serpent she'd seen on the unearthed archway. "How did you... Your surname may be Blackthorne, but your mother was a Selwyn, the last of a line that traces directly back to Seraphina Selwyn, founder of Ouroboros House and 5th member of the Hogwarts Founding Council." McGonagall sighed heavily. History remembers only 4 founders because the 5th was systematically erased after she delved into magics the others deemed too dangerous, magic that sought to bridge the gap between life and death itself. The library door opened again, admitting Professor Longbottom, his face grave. "It's spreading faster than we anticipated, Minerva. The eastern battlements have lost all magical reinforcement. If this continues, Hogwarts will become vulnerable to attack for the first time in its history," McGonagall finished. "The protective enchantments are failing." "The curse has awakened," Arya whispered, another vision flashing before her eyes, the great castle crumbling, its magic leaching into the ground like water from a broken vessel. Both professors turned to her with identical expressions of alarm. What do you know of the curse, Miss Blackthorne? McGonagall asked sharply. Nothing concrete, just impressions. The archway was sealed for a reason. It's a door, and now it's opening. Arya clutched her locket through her robes. Something wants to come through. Morning brought confirmation of her words. Overnight, dozens of students reported nightmares of a shadowy figure moving through their dormitories. The divination professor was found catatonic in her tower, eyes open but unseeing, lips moving in a language no translation spell could identify. Most alarmingly, the staircases had stopped moving entirely, the first sign that Hogwarts' ambient magic was failing. Arya was summoned to the headmaster's office before breakfast. She found not only McGonagall and the current headmaster waiting, but also Corvus Lestrange, his expression unreadable as he stood by the window. Mr. Lestrange has shared some illuminating information from his family archives, McGonagall explained. Information that concerns you directly, Miss Blackthorne. Corvus turned, his usual smirk absent. The Lestranges weren't just responsible for the banishment of Ouroboros House, he said quietly. We were its executioners. My ancestor, Tiberius Lestrange, led the campaign to expunge all trace of Seraphina Selvyn from Hogwarts history after her experiments in necromancy threatened to tear the veil between worlds. But he failed to destroy her completely, added McGonagall. Instead, he created a prison between realms and sealed Seraphina within it. The archway was the door to that prison, anchored by the magic of Hogwarts itself. And now she's escaping, Arya concluded, the pieces falling into terrible place, draining the castle's magic to free herself. The headmaster nodded gravely. According to Mr. Lestrange's family records, only 2 people working in tandem can reseal the breach, a direct descendant of Seraphina Selvyn and a blood heir of Tiberius Lestrange. Understanding dawned like ice water in Arya's veins. Us. It has to be us. Corvus met her gaze, his grey eyes reflecting the same realization. But the blood of the jailer and the jailed united to maintain the balance. They descended into the Department of Mysteries that same day, escorted by unspeakables who seemed unsurprised by their arrival. Deep within the labyrinthine complex, past rooms of swirling time and chambers of bottled thoughts, they found a circular chamber where a single archway stood, twin to the one unearthed in the Forbidden Forest. The Lestranges created 2 gates, Corvus explained as they approached. One sealed with Hogwarts of magic, one secured here under constant watch. If Seraphina manages to open both, she escapes completely, Arya finished, with enough power to reshape reality itself. An unspeakable handed each of them an ancient parchment, inscribed with incantations so old the letters seemed to writhe on the page. You must perform the sealing ritual simultaneously at both locations, she instructed. Miss Blackthorne will remain here. Mr. Lestrange must return to Hogwarts. No. Arya's voice was surprisingly firm. We go together or not at all. My visions have shown me that much. After tense deliberation, the department acquiesced. Hours later, as twilight descended upon the Forbidden Forest, Arya and Corvus stood before the unearthed archway, its carvings now glowing with sickly green light. The air around it shimmered like heat above summer stones, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of a grey wasteland beyond. And begin the incantation when the moon touches the highest branch of the ancient oak, McGonagall instructed from a safe distance, her wand raised to provide additional protection. As they waited, Corvus turned to Arya. I never believed the family legends, he admitted quietly. A secret house, a founder erased from history. It seemed too fantastical. And now I wonder what other truths have been buried. His voice dropped further. They say Serafina wasn't evil, not initially. She sought to communicate with the dead out of grief, not malice. It was only after the other founders betrayed her that her work turned dark. Before Arya could respond, a spectral hand emerged from the archway, translucent fingers grasping at empty air before withdrawing. The temperature plummeted, frost crystallizing on nearby grass. "It's time," McGonagall called, her breath visible in the sudden cold. Together, they began the ancient incantation, their voices merging into a single cadence that seemed to vibrate the very air around them. As the spell progressed, the archway's glow intensified, the glimpses beyond becoming clearer, revealing a figure approaching from the wasteland, tall and regal, with eyes that burned like twin stars. "And they descendants," the figure called, its voice resonating directly in their minds. "At last you come to free me." Faltering momentarily, Arya locked eyes with the approaching spectre. "We come to seal you, Serafina." Laughter like shattering glass filled their consciousness. "Is that what they told you?" "That I am Serafina." The figure drew closer, features becoming distinct. Not a woman at all, but a man with a familiar, stern countenance that Arya had seen in portraits lining Hogwarts corridors. "Fools, I am Headmaster Vindictus Viridian, who discovered Serafina's research centuries after her death and sought to continue it. The founders didn't imprison Serafina, they murdered her and buried her discoveries along with her remains." The revelation sent a shockwave through the clearing. McGonagall gasped audibly while Corvus turned to Arya in confusion. "He's lying," he insisted. "He must be." But Arya knew otherwise. Her locket burned against her skin, centuries of ancestral memory surging through her blood. "No," she whispered. "He speaks truth." Serafina was betrayed, her house disbanded, not because her magic was dark, but because it was powerful beyond the other founders' comprehension. The spectre of Vindictus smiled coldly. "The girl understands. Now complete your task, children. Not to seal me in, but to bring me forth, to restore what was unjustly taken." For a heartbeat that seemed to stretch eternally, Arya and Corvus stood frozen between choices. To continue the ritual as instructed, or to alter it as instinct now demanded. In that moment, their eyes met, centuries of enmity between their bloodlines balanced against the truth now revealed. "Together," Arya said simply, extending her hand. Corvus took it without hesitation. Together. They resumed the incantation, not as written on the parchment, but as guided by the ancient magic singing in their veins. The archway flared blindingly bright, then collapsed in upon itself, leaving behind nothing but a scorch mark upon the forest floor. In the days that followed, as Hogwarts magic gradually restored itself, scholars would discover previously hidden texts appearing on library shelves, histories of a fifth house whose emblem now mysteriously adorned a corner of the great hall's enchanted ceiling. Students would whisper of ghost classes taught by a stern headmaster seeking atonement, and of the strange friendship between a Ravenclaw seer and a Slytherin heir who spent their free hours excavating a circular chamber deep within the Forbidden Forest. And sometimes, on certain moonlit nights, those with the gift of true sight might glimpse 5 figures walking the castle parapets in perfect harmony. The true founders of Hogwarts, their circle finally complete. Story 3. Fire erupted from Gareth Blackwood's palm during transfiguration, scorching an ancient desk into cinders before he could clench his fist closed. The Gryffindor 6th year stood frozen in shock, amber flames still dancing between his trembling fingers, while his classmates scrambled away in panic. On his wrist, previously concealed beneath his robes, a scarlet mark pulsed with the unmistakable shape of a lion. Across the castle, in 3 separate classrooms, similar scenes unfolded within moments of each other. In herbology, Celine Chambers of Ravenclaw found herself suddenly able to hear the whispers of plants, their ancient knowledge flooding her mind as an eagle emblem blazed blue upon her throat. Down in the dungeons, Rowan Norwood, a reluctant Slytherin with gentle eyes that belied his house's reputation, hissed involuntarily as silver scales erupted across his forearms, forming the sinuous pattern of a serpent. And in charms, shy Elara Whitfield of Hufflepuff sank to her knees as the stone floor beneath her rippled like water, a golden badger now emblazoned across her shoulder blades. By nightfall, the 4 students had been sequestered in the hospital wing, behind curtains of enchanted silk that shimmered with protective spells. Outside Hogwarts' gates, a delegation from the Ministry of Magic arrived with unusual haste, led by a witch whose reputation preceded her like a shadow. Thalia Ollivander stepped into the castle's entrance hall with measured strides, her silver-tipped cane clicking against ancient flagstones. Though related to the famous wand-maker, she had forged her path in the Department of Mysteries, becoming the Ministry's foremost expert on magical anomalies. Her sharp features remained impassive as Headmaster Phileas Flitwick greeted her with customary warmth. "The situation is contained for now," the diminutive headmaster explained as they ascended the grand staircase. "But I must admit, in all my years at Hogwarts, I've never encountered anything quite like this." "Ancient magic often resurfaces in unexpected ways," Thalia replied, her voice as cool and smooth as polished marble. Particularly in places saturated with it. What she didn't share was the cold dread that had settled in her stomach when the report crossed her desk. 4 students, 4 houses, 4 founder symbols. The pattern matched a prophecy passed through generations of her family, one she had hoped would never come to fruition in her lifetime. "I'm not staying locked up like some dangerous creature," Gareth declared, pacing the confines of the hospital wing. Flames flickered at his fingertips with each emphatic gesture. "Whatever this is, I didn't ask for it." "None of us did," Celine observed quietly from her bed, where she sat cross-legged, surrounded by ancient tomes that Madame Pince had reluctantly delivered from the library. The eagle mark on her throat shimmered when she spoke, words from the book sometimes floating visibly in the air around her. But raging against it won't help us understand it." Rowan remained silent by the window, watching his reflection in the darkened glass. Silver scales now covered his arms entirely, catching the lamplight with an iridescent gleam. He had always tried to distance himself from Slytherin's darker reputation, a half-blood sorted against expectations, and now he literally wore his house emblem on his skin. "They're afraid of us," Elara whispered, her fingers trailing across the stone floor, leaving ripples like water wherever she touched. "I can feel it through the castle itself. The stones remember. They've seen this before." The hospital wing doors swung open to admit Headmaster Flitwick and the imposing ministry official. The 4 students instinctively drew closer together, despite their house differences, united for the moment by shared uncertainty. Thalia Ollivander's penetrating gaze moved from student to student, lingering on their magical marks. "The Founder's flame," she said at last. "The defense mechanism built into Hogwarts itself, designed to activate only in times of existential threat to the school." "Defense mechanism?" Gareth repeated incredulously, holding up his flame-wreathed hands. "How exactly is setting fire to everything I touch defending anyone?" "Because you haven't learned to control it yet," Thalia replied. "Each of you has been granted a portion of your Founder's power. Godric Gryffindor's mastery of elemental fire," Rowena Ravenclaw's omniscience and thought manipulation, Salazar Slytherin's command over serpents and transformation, Helga Hufflepuff's earth magic and ability to commune with the castle itself. But why us? Rowan spoke for the first time, his voice carrying a subtle, sibilant quality. We're not exceptional students. We're not even friends. A fleeting expression that might have been sorrow crossed Talia's face. The magic chooses based on essence, not achievement. You each embody your house's purest qualities, however dormant they might seem. She tapped her cane against the floor. And as for why now, that is what truly concerns the ministry. In the days that followed, the 4 students were relocated to a forgotten section of the castle, a circular chamber with 4 alcoves, each bearing the crest of a Hogwarts house. Here, under Thalia Ollivander's stern supervision, they began training to control their newfound abilities. Gareth learned to shape his flames into forms both beautiful and terrible, fiery falcons that soared overhead, shields that could deflect the strongest curses. Celine mastered the ability to extract knowledge directly from books without reading them, her mind expanding to hold centuries of magical theory. Rowan discovered he could transform not only himself but the very air around him, creating illusions so perfect they became temporarily real. Ilara, perhaps most remarkably, formed a symbiotic relationship with Hogwarts itself, able to reshape stone with a gesture and uncover secrets the castle had kept for centuries, but despite their growing mastery, tensions remained. Old house rivalries and personal differences simmered beneath the surface. Gareth's recklessness clashed with Celine's methodical caution. Rowan's secretive nature aroused suspicion. Ilara's sensitivity often left her overwhelmed by the others' conflicts. This is precisely why the Founders' power failed them in the end, Thalia observed one evening, after breaking up a particularly heated argument between Gareth and Rowan. They could not overcome their differences, even to face a common threat. What threat? Celine demanded, eagle mark pulsing at her throat. And you keep training us, but you've never actually explained what we're supposed to be defending against. Thalia considered them silently, her decision visibly forming behind calculating eyes. Follow me, she said at last. It's time you understood what awakened the Founders' flame. The Chamber of Secrets had been sealed and forgotten after the Battle of Hogwarts decades earlier. Now, guided by Ilara's connection to the castle, they found another entrance, a narrow passage behind the staff table in the Great Hall, revealed only when all 4 pressed their marked skin against the wall simultaneously. The chamber they entered was not the serpentine hall of legend, but a smaller antechamber, circular, with a shallow pool at its center. Carved into the walls were scenes depicting the 4 Founders united against a shadowy 5th figure. Alexei Nightshade, Thalia said, her voice echoing in the chamber. Salazar Slytherin's first apprentice before even the founding of Hogwarts. A prodigy in dark magic whom Slytherin eventually banished when his ambitions grew too dangerous. The Founders united to imprison him in a magical sleep beneath the Black Lake. But he's been asleep for 1,000 years, Ilara whispered, her fingers trailing across the carvings. Why would he awaken now? Because the magical convergence that occurs once every millennium has begun, Thalia replied. The same convergence that allowed the Founders to create Hogwarts in the first place. Alexei left a contingency spell. If he could not witness the convergence, he would absorb its power through his connection to the lake, even in sleep. And you've known this all along, Rowan said, eyes narrowing. That's why you were so quick to arrive when our marks appeared. Thalia's silence was confirmation enough. My family has guarded this secret for generations, she finally admitted. We are descendants of Ollivander, who crafted the Founder's original wands. The prophecy states that when Nightshade stirs, 4 students will be marked as vessels for the Founder's power, the only force capable of reinforcing his prison, or destroying him completely, came a new voice. The 4 students turned to find Professor Hallowell, the ancient history of magic teacher, standing in the chamber entrance. But something was wrong. His eyes glowed with an unnatural violet light, his movements too fluid for his elderly frame. "I sensed your presence the moment you awakened," he said, but the voice was not his own. Deeper, with an accent centuries out of date. "How convenient that my jailers have sent me their weapons." "He's possessed," Thalia gasped, raising her wand. "Nightshade is working through him." The possessed professor moved with impossible speed, disarming Thalia with a casual flick of his wrist. "And I've had centuries to extend my consciousness beyond my sleeping body. Soon, when the convergence peaks, I will be fully restored." He smiled at the 4 marked students. "Unless I can extinguish the Founder's flame first." The battle that ensued shook Hogwarts to its foundations. Gareth's flames clashed against ancient dark magic that poured from the possessed professor's hands like liquid shadow. Celine wove counterspells from knowledge extracted directly from the chamber walls. Rowan transformed repeatedly, becoming mist to avoid deadly curses. Then, solidifying to strike with serpentine precision, Ilara commanded the very stones to rise in their defense. Yet individually, they were outmatched by Nightshade's centuries of accumulated power. His shadows extinguished Gareth's flames. His curses penetrated Celine's magical theories. His ancient magic anticipated Rowan's transformations. His connection to the Black Lake countered Ilara's control of stone. The Founders failed because they fought as individuals, each believing their approach superior. Thalia called from where she had taken shelter. "You must unite your powers as they never could." In a moment of desperate clarity, the 4 students understood. Dropping their individual attacks, they formed a circle, marked arms extended toward each other, where Gryffindor flame met Ravenclaw thought, where Slytherin transformation touched Hufflepuff earth. 4 magics became one. A column of pure magical energy erupted from their circle. Not 4 colors, but a single pearlescent light that engulfed the possessed professor. Professor Hallowell collapsed, Nightshade's influence torn from him, but the light continued to build, pouring down through the floor, seeking the source beneath the lake. Through their united consciousness, the 4 students could sense Nightshade's physical form stirring in its ancient prison, and together they reinforced the magical barriers that had contained him for a millennium, adding new layers of protection drawn from their combined powers. As the light faded, they released each other's hands, exhausted but transformed by the experience. Their marks still glowed on their skin, but now each bore touches of the other houses, colors within their emblems. "The Founder's flame burns brightest when united," Thalia said softly, looking at the 4 students with new respect. Something the Founders themselves never fully understood. "What happens now?" Ilara asked, helping Professor Hallowell to his feet as he blinked in confusion. "Now," Thalia replied, "your real training begins. The convergence will last a full year, and Nightshade will try again." Hogwarts chose you not just for your house qualities, but because together you might succeed where the Founders failed, in truly uniting the 4 houses' strengths. As they ascended from the chamber, the castle itself seemed to recognize them, torches flaring brighter as they passed. Their path forward would not be easy. Centuries of house rivalry could not be overcome in a single night, but the first crucial step had been taken. In the heart of Hogwarts, 4 flames burned as one, illuminating a new chapter in the ancient school's history. Story 4. Snow fell upon Hogwarts in silence, each flake a forgotten promise drifting down from the heavens. The ancient castle stood sentinel against the darkening twilight, its windows glowing amber against the encroaching winter solstice night. Within the great hall, hundreds of enchanted candles floated beneath a ceiling bewitched to reflect the sky outside, a cascade of stars emerging as dusk deepened into evening. Professor Orion Meadows watched the ceiling with uncharacteristic apprehension. 16 winters had passed since he'd last witnessed the solstice at Hogwarts, and the memories of that night still haunted him, memories he had spent years trying to bury beneath layers of scholarly detachment and the hardened exterior of a former curse-breaker. "The stars align differently tonight," murmured Headmistress Clearwater beside him at the high table. "The castle feels it. Can you sense it, Orion?" He could. The very stones of Hogwarts seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the ancient magic woven into their foundations was stirring from slumber. "The winter solstice has always been when the veil between worlds grows thin," he replied, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "The founders chose this night to lay the deepest enchantments." As if summoned by his words, the first disquieting sign appeared. A ripple disturbed the perfect illusion of the night sky above, like a stone cast into still water. Students paused mid-conversation, spoons hovering over bowls of soup as all eyes turned upward. Another ripple, stronger this time. The enchanted stars flickered, their light faltering like candles in a draught. "Everyone remained calm," the headmistress called, rising from her seat. But her reassurance was cut short as the ceiling's enchantment failed completely for the first time in living memory. The illusory sky vanished, revealing the true ceiling of the Great Hall. Ancient wooden beams crisscrossed with centuries of magical reinforcement. And there, nestled where the 4 central beams intersected, a previously hidden object caught the light of the floating candles, an ornate silver reliquary crusted with tarnish and age, adorned with twisting serpents and ravens whose emerald and sapphire eyes gleamed with unsettling awareness. "Impossible," breathed Orion, recognition dawning with horrifying clarity. "That's..." Before he could finish, the headmistress raised her wand. "Agaxio reliquary!" "No!" Orion lunged forward, but too late. The reliquary shuddered but remained fixed in place. Instead, a pulse of silver-blue light erupted from it, expanding outward in a silent shockwave that passed through every person in the hall. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, one by one, students and teachers alike clutched their heads, expressions of confusion and distress washing over their faces. What happened? A third-year Hufflepuff stood up, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I can't remember my mother's face." Similar cries echoed throughout the hall as the terrible truth emerged. Each person had lost specific memories of someone they loved deeply. In the ensuing chaos, only Orion remained still, his gaze fixed on the reliquary. Ancient texts from his curse-breaking days flashed through his mind. Morgana's reliquary, the vessel of sorrows, feeder on love's memory. A dark artifact thought long destroyed, yet unmistakably real before him. "Professor Meadows!" The headmistress's voice pulled him back to the present crisis. "What is happening?" "A memory curse of immense power," he replied grimly. "We need to evacuate the Great Hall immediately." And he hesitated, dreading his next words. "We need Professor Scamander." Lyra Scamander's potions classroom in the dungeons remained untouched by the panic above, sealed as it was by layers of protective enchantments. When Orion burst through the door, she looked up from her cauldron with irritation rather than alarm. "Professor Meadows," she acknowledged coolly, tucking a strand of copper hair behind her ear. To what do I owe this dramatic entrance? 16 years had softened none of the sharp edges between them. Not since their final day as students, when words spoken in anger had severed what might have been. Morgana's reliquary has been discovered in the Great Hall, he said without preamble. It's activated. The stirring rod in Lyra's hand clattered to the stone floor. For a moment, scholarly rivalry gave way to shared horror. That's impossible. It was destroyed centuries ago. Apparently not. Orion approached her workbench. It's feeding on emotional memories as we speak. The entire school is affected. Lyra's brow furrowed. Yet you seem intact. As do you, he noted. Our memories. She met his gaze directly for the first time in years. I remember everything about you. Orion, every moment. A weighted silence hung between them before Orion broke it. Your expertise in memory potions and my knowledge of dark artifacts may be the only chance we have. Will you help? The corridors of Hogwarts had transformed in the hours since the reliquary's awakening. Mist curled along the stone floors, occasionally coalescing into phantom figures that dissolved when approached. Portraits hung empty, their inhabitants fled to unknown corners of the castle. Most disturbing were the floating orbs of pale blue light that drifted through the halls. Memory wisps, Orion explained, the physical manifestation of the stolen memories. The reliquary isn't just taking memories, Lyra observed as they made their way toward the restricted section of the library. Now it's using them to create something. As if summoned by her words, a larger mass of swirling memory wisps appeared at the corridor's end, gradually taking humanoid form. Mist solidified into the translucent shape of a woman in medieval robes, her face a blank canvas save for eyes that burned with ancient malice. A memory wraith, Orion whispered, drawing his wand. Don't let it touch you. The creature lunged with impossible speed. Orion pushed Lyra aside, casting a shield charm that the wraith passed through as if it were nothing. Cold fingers brushed his cheek, and instantly more memories vanished. This time, precious recollections of his mother, gone like smoke. Lyra's counterspell struck the wraith from behind, her voice strong and clear. Memoriae revelio. The creature shrieked, its form destabilizing before fleeing down the corridor. That won't destroy it, she said, helping Orion to his feet. Only buying time. He nodded, shaken. There will be more. The reliquary is building its power, creating servants from our memories. Then we'd better hurry. Ancient texts spread across a secluded table in the deepest corner of the restricted section told a story long forgotten. By wandlight, Orion and Lyra pieced together the truth. The reliquary was no ordinary dark artifact, but a prison created by Helga Hufflepuff herself. She captured a fragment of Morgana's consciousness, Lyra translated from a crumbling manuscript. Not to destroy it, but to contain it safely, and hide it within Hogwarts, Orion continued, protected by the enchanted ceiling, a masterwork of Rowena Ravenclaw's design. But why would it activate now, after all these centuries? Orion's expression darkened. The winter solstice. The manuscript mentions a 1,000-year seal that would require renewal. Their research led them deeper into the castle's secrets, down forgotten passageways that shifted and changed as the reliquary's influence grew. Memory wraiths patrolled with increasing frequency, and with each encounter, more precious memories were lost. Orion could no longer recall his father's voice, Lyra, her grandmother's recipes. Yet strangely, neither lost a single memory of the other. Their shared past remained intact, both the tender moments and the bitter end. The reliquary feeds primarily on happy memories, Lyra theorized as they descended a spiral staircase that hadn't appeared on any map of Hogwarts for centuries. Perhaps it finds nothing worth taking in what lies between us. Orion didn't answer, but the words stung more than he expected. The staircase ended at a chamber directly beneath the Great Hall, a perfect circle with 4 archways corresponding to the 4 houses. At its center stood a plinth of pure white marble, empty, waiting. The Founder's chamber, Orion breathed. I thought it was just a legend. This is where the reliquary belongs, Lyra said, examining ancient runes carved around the plinth. Not hidden above, but secured below, where the castle's foundation magic is strongest. A bone-chilling wail echoed down the staircase behind them. The memory wraiths had found their trail. We need to retrieve the reliquary, Orion said urgently. But the moment anyone touches it, they lose all their remaining emotional memories, Lyra finished. Becoming an empty vessel. Their eyes met in the wandlight, understanding passing between them without words. Years of estrangement fell away in that moment of perfect clarity. There's another way, Lyra said quietly, reaching into her robes to withdraw a crystal vial filled with swirling silver liquid, a memory potion I've been developing. It can create a temporary vessel for memories, keeping them safe outside the body. Orion stared at the vial. You'd need to extract the memories first, and once removed, they might never properly reintegrate, she acknowledged. But it could protect one of us long enough to move the reliquary. The wailing grew louder. Time was running out. I'll do it, they both said simultaneously. A ghost of a smile touched Lyra's lips. Always the Gryffindor hero. And you, the brilliant Ravenclaw, with the solution, he replied softly. The decades-old wall between them crumbled in the face of necessity. Without further discussion, they began the ritual. Lyra drew memories from Orion with her wand, silver strands of every moment they had shared, from their first meeting on the Hogwarts Express to their bitter parting and every unspoken feeling between. As the last memory entered the vial, Orion looked at her with new eyes, knowing who she was, but feeling nothing. It worked, he said, his voice hollow. I remember the facts, but not the feelings. Lyra sealed the vial with shaking hands. Go, I'll hold off the wraiths. The great hall stood empty and transformed. Memory mist swirled in thick clouds beneath the exposed beams, and the reliquary pulsed with hypnotic rhythm, its serpents and ravens seemingly alive in the ethereal light. Orion approached without fear. There was nothing left to lose. With steady hands, he reached up and grasped the silver vessel. Pain shot through his arms as ancient magic recognized his intent, but without emotional memories to feed upon, the curse found no purchase. The journey back to the Founder's chamber was a blur of shadow and mist. Memory wraiths reached for him with desperate fingers, but dissolved upon contact, finding no sustenance. Lyra stood surrounded by a circle of salt and silver, her wand moving in complex patterns that kept the advancing wraiths at bay. Her eyes widened as Orion entered with the reliquary clutched to his chest. Without words, he placed the dark artifact upon the plinth. The chamber responded immediately, runes igniting with golden light, the 4 archways glowing with the colors of their respective houses. The renewal ritual, Lyra gasped, consulting a parchment with trembling hands. We need to... But Orion already knew. The knowledge written in the stone beneath his feet, a sacrifice freely given. The memories must remain separate, sealed away with the reliquary. Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. No, there must be another way. There isn't, he said gently. Our memories, my memories of you, will renew the seal for another 1,000 years. You won't remember anything we were to each other. I know. The wraiths pressed closer, the chamber's protections weakening as Morgana's consciousness fought for freedom. Lyra pressed the crystal vial into his hand, closing his fingers around it. Then take this when it's done, if you want to remember. He looked down at the swirling memories. Would you want me to? That's for you to decide, she whispered, when you're free to choose again. With a final nod, Orion placed the vial beside the reliquary and began the incantation. Ancient magic surged through the chamber, binding memory to artifact, renewing Hufflepuff's 1,000-year seal. Light exploded outward, racing through the castle's foundations and up into its towers. Throughout Hogwarts, stolen memories returned to their owners, all except those freely sacrificed. When spring came to Hogwarts, students whispered about the winter solstice and the night of forgotten loves, now remembered like waking from a strange dream. They spoke too of the changed relationship between the defense against the dark arts professor and the potions mistress, who now passed each other in corridors with the polite distance of strangers. Few noticed the crystal vial that Professor Meadows carried in his pocket, or how sometimes, in quiet moments, he would hold it to the light, watching silver memories swirl within, wondering about the story they contained, and whether some things were worth remembering, even at the cost of pain. Viewer still noticed how, on certain evenings, the two professors could be found in the library's restricted section, researching memory charms and potions with cautious hope. Two strangers working to recover what was lost, one page at a time. Story 5. The stars fell like silver tears on the night Hogwarts changed forever. Ezra Weasley Granger stood among his fellow seventh years atop the astronomy tower, his breath forming misty clouds in the crisp autumn air. Professor Cassiopeia Lovegood had been guiding them through the complex charting of Jupiter's moons when the first star plummeted. Unlike the fleeting streaks of ordinary shooting stars, this celestial body descended in a slow, deliberate arc, trailing azure light that lingered like ghostly ribbons in the night sky. Professor, a Ravenclaw student's voice quavered. Before Professor Lovegood could respond, a dozen more stars detached from their celestial moorings and began their measured descent toward Hogwarts. The ancient castle's protective enchantments shimmered as the fallen stars passed through them unhindered, landing gently across the grounds like luminescent snowflakes. Class dismissed, Professor Lovegood whispered, her protuberant silver eyes reflecting the falling stars. Return to your dormitories, immediately. But Ezra remained frozen, transfixed by a voice. No, voices, whispering at the edge of his consciousness, melodic and ancient, speaking in a language he shouldn't understand yet somehow did. Descendant of the Guardian, the veil thins, the covenant weakens. Find us. Mr. Weasley Granger. Professor Lovegood's hand on his shoulder startled him. The other students had already fled. You heard them, didn't you? Ezra nodded, unable to form words. The Songstones, she said, her usual dreamy demeanor replaced by urgent clarity. The celestial rift is opening, and they're calling to you. Dawn revealed the castle grounds transformed. Crystalline formations glittered everywhere, embedded in ancient stones, floating above the Black Lake, nestled among the roots of the Whomping Willow, which, remarkably, remained docile in their presence. Each crystal pulsed with inner light, and to Ezra alone they sang. Breakfast in the Great Hall was chaos. Headmistress Vector struggled to maintain order as students reported strange occurrences throughout the night. dormitory mirrors reflecting impossible landscapes, staircases leading to rooms that shouldn't exist, and several first years waking to find delicate wings sprouting from their shoulder blades. "The ministry has been notified," Vector announced, her voice magically amplified. "This situation is under control. Classes are suspended until further notice." At the staff table, Professor Lovegood caught Ezra's eye and subtly motioned him toward the antechamber behind the dais. He slipped away unnoticed, finding her waiting with an ancient tome bound in iridescent leather that seemed to shift colors like oil on water. "Well, this is happening because of you," she said without preamble, "though you don't yet know why." She opened the book to a yellowed page depicting a circular portal bridging two realms, one of castles and dragons, the other of impossible floating islands and beings of pure light. "The Celestial Rift," Ezra breathed, recognizing it instantly, though he'd never seen it before. Once every 7 centuries, the barrier between our world and Tir na Nog, the realm of the Fae, grows thin, Lovegood explained. In ancient times, passage between worlds was common until the Wars of Binding, when Merlin himself sealed the pathways. "What does this have to do with me?" Ezra asked, though dread pooled in his stomach, for he already suspected the answer. "Merlin appointed a guardian to maintain the seal. That lineage passed through generations, eventually marrying into the Weasley line." Her silver eyes pierced him. "You bear the mark, don't you? Something you've hidden all your life." Instinctively, Ezra's hand went to his chest, where beneath his robes lay a birthmark in the shape of a crescent moon, intersected by 3 stars, a mark his mother had warned him never to show anyone. Under the crystals are songstones, fragments of Fey magic crystallized as they push against the weakening barrier, Lovegood continued. "They're drawn to you, the last guardian, though untrained and unaware of your heritage." Before Ezra could respond, the castle's warning bells began to toll. They arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest to find chaos. A shimmering distortion like heat haze stretched between 2 ancient oaks, widening by the minute. Through it, glimpses of an impossible landscape, floating islands crowned with crystalline spires, connected by bridges of woven light. Ministry officials had established a perimeter, but several students had gathered to watch. "Stand aside," a commanding voice cut through the commotion. The crowd parted for a tall wizard with storm-grey eyes and a lightning bolt scar barely visible beneath his silver-streaked hair. Though Ezra had never met him, everyone knew Theodorus Potter, grandson of the famous Harry Potter and current head of the Aura department. "Professor Lovegood," Potter acknowledged coldly. "I might have known you'd be involved in this irregularity." "Aura Potter," she replied with uncharacteristic formality. "I trust you're here to help seal the rift?" Something flickered across Potter's face, too quick to interpret. "The ministry will handle this matter appropriately." As if in response to his words, the rift pulsed, and a shower of luminescent pollen drifted through. Where it touched the ground, impossible flowers bloomed instantly, blossoms of midnight blue with centers that shone like tiny stars. "Containment team, deploy barriers," Potter ordered. Ezra watched as auras began erecting magical barriers, not just to prevent approach to the rift, but to contain whatever might emerge. The voices from the songstones grew urgent in his mind. "Beware the descendant of lightning. He seeks not balance, but power." A soft voice beside Ezra made him start. "They're right, you know." He turned to find a girl he'd never seen before, slender and pale with hair the color of moonlight on water. Though she wore Hogwarts robes with Hufflepuff colors, he was certain she hadn't been at the school yesterday. "Who are you?" he whispered. "I am Lyricel," she replied. her eyes shifting color like opals in sunlight. "And you are the guardian, though you don't yet know how to guard. How do you—" "Time grows short," she interrupted. "Potter doesn't seek to close the rift, but to harness it. For centuries, the Ministry has sought access to Fey magic, power unbounded by your mortal limitations." Ezra glanced at Potter, now consulting with other officials over a series of complex instruments. "Why should I trust you?" In answer, Lyricel turned slightly, allowing her robes to part. From her shoulders sprouted translucent wings, iridescent and veined with silver, hastily glamoured to appear invisible to most observers. "You're a half-blood, in your terminology. My mother crossed during the last thinning, fell in love with a wizard, and chose to remain. I was raised in your world, but taught the old ways in secret." Her expression darkened. "The rift must be properly sealed, not exploited. If the natural balance is disrupted, both realms will suffer cataclysmic consequences." Over the next 3 days, as Ministry officials established a permanent camp around the expanding rift, Ezra and Lyricel met in secret. In the forgotten chamber of elements deep beneath the lake, she taught him the ancient magic of the Guardians, spells that worked through gesture and intent rather than Latin incantations, drawing power from the primal forces of the world itself. "Your wand limits you," she explained, guiding his hands through a complex pattern that caused water from the lake to rise in a perfect sphere before them. It channels and constrains magic into forms acceptable to wizard kind. Guardian magic predates wands by millennia. Each night, more fey creatures slipped through the widening rift. Pixies with razor-sharp teeth, elegant beings of living light who spoke only in riddles, and once a majestic stag with constellations moving across its flank. The castle's magic grew increasingly erratic. Staircases rearranged themselves every few minutes, ghosts became partially corporeal, paintings spoke in forgotten languages. On the 4th morning, Ezra awoke to find Professor Lovegood at his bedside, her expression grave. "Potter is making his move tonight," she whispered. "He's discovered an ancient ritual to bind the rift's power to his bloodline. He believes it's his birthright as descendant of the wizard who helped Merlin forge the original seal." Ezra felt ice in his veins. What happens if he succeeds? The seal will hold, but corrupted. Allowing the Ministry to drain power from Tir na Nog at will, it would be tantamount to colonization of an entire realm. That evening, under the light of a full moon, Ezra and Lyricel concealed themselves near the rift. Potter stood before it, surrounded by a complex arrangement of songstones and silver instruments. He raised his wand, beginning an incantation that made the air itself shudder. "Now," Lyricel whispered. Ezra stepped forward, drawing on everything he had learned. He felt the mark on his chest burn as ancient power awakened in his blood. Wind whipped around him, responding to his call, and the earth trembled beneath his feet. "Stop, Potter," he commanded, his voice carrying unnatural authority. The aura turned, surprise quickly morphing to calculation. "Ah, the Weasley Granger boy. I wondered if Cassiopeia would find you." His smile was cold. "Your ancestors were weak, content to merely guard the power rather than use it. I intend to correct that historical mistake." "This isn't about power," Ezra replied, continuing his approach. "It's about balance." "Spoken like a true Weasley," Potter sneered, "always settling for less." With a sudden flick of his wand, Potter sent a bolt of energy toward Ezra, who instinctively raised his hand. Without conscious thought, he shaped the air into a shield that absorbed the spell completely. Potter's eyes widened. "Wandless magic." "Impossible." Lyricel stepped from the shadows, her glamour discarded, wings fully extended in silvery splendor. Not impossible, just forgotten by those too arrogant to remember the old ways. Together, they began the true sealing ritual. Ezra drew the songstones into a new configuration with sweeping gestures, while Lyricel sang in the ancient Fey tongue. The crystals resonated in harmony, creating a web of light that surrounded the rift. Potter attacked again, more desperately, but found himself contained within a sphere of elemental force. As the ritual reached its climax, the rift pulsed, and a figure stepped through, tall and regal, with antlers of crystalline light crowning her head, the Fey Queen herself. Guardian. She acknowledged Ezra with a nod. You have remembered your duty well. With a gesture, she completed the seal, transforming the chaotic tear between worlds into an archway of woven moonlight, stable, controlled, and properly balanced. The covenant is renewed, she proclaimed. Passage shall be regulated, not forbidden, not exploited. Magic shall flow properly between our realms once more. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, students emerged to find the grounds transformed. The songstones had rooted themselves permanently, becoming crystalline trees that would bloom with starlight every 7 years. The castle's magic stabilized, though changed, enriched by the renewed connection to its primordial sources. And if some students occasionally glimpsed winged beings dancing in the moonlight, or found themselves able to understand the whispers of the wind, well, that was simply part of the new balance that Ezra Weasley Granger, the last guardian of the Rift, had helped to create. Story 6. The first black feather appeared on the cobblestones of Hogsmeade like a shadow given form, scorched at its edges and smelling faintly of ash and secrets. Professor Alexander Flamel, with his perceptive amber eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom despite his mere 30 years, recognized it immediately as an omen. By nightfall, when 7 students, 1 from each year, spanning all 4 houses, failed to return from their authorized weekend visit to the village, 13 more feathers materialized on the castle grounds, arranged in a perfect circle around the astronomy tower. Not again. Alexander whispered to the empty corridor, his words hanging heavy in the torchlit darkness. The ancient stones of Hogwarts seemed to absorb his concern, the castle itself a silent witness to cycles of darkness that had spanned centuries. Winter had descended early upon the Scottish Highlands that year, blanketing the grounds in pristine snow that reflected the moon's silver glow. Yet there was something unnatural about the chill that permeated the castle walls, a cold that seeped into bones and whispered of forgotten magic stirring once more. Headmistress Patil had summoned the faculty to an emergency meeting in the Great Hall, where enchanted constellations danced across the ceiling, mimicking the night sky but curiously devoid of stars near the Phoenix constellation. Alexander arrived to find his colleagues already gathered, their faces etched with varying degrees of concern and confusion. The ministry has been notified, the headmistress announced, her usually melodious voice strained. Auras will arrive by morning. Until then, we are to conduct an internal investigation. The students' belongings are being examined for clues. Alexander felt the weight of unspoken suspicion settling upon his shoulders. As the youngest professor and a descendant of Nicolas Flamel, whose legacy remained controversial in certain magical circles, he often found himself under scrutiny. The murmurs had only intensified since his appointment as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor 3 months prior. "If I may, headmistress," came a silky voice from the shadows. Madame Zabini emerged, her emerald robes flowing like liquid darkness around her tall frame. As the newly appointed potions master, she remained an enigma to most of the faculty. I believe this bears the hallmarks of the Society of the Black Phoenix. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. Alexander felt his blood run cold. "That's impossible," Professor Longbottom interjected, his weathered face grave beneath his silver-streaked hair. "The society was dismantled after the Second Wizarding War. McGonagall herself oversaw the destruction of their artifacts." Madame Zabini arched a perfect eyebrow. "Did she destroy them all, I wonder? Magic leaves traces, Professor Longbottom. Some legacies refuse to remain buried." After the meeting dispersed, Alexander found himself wandering the labyrinthine corridors of the castle's western wing. The portraits watched him pass with unusual interest, their painted eyes following his progress as he approached the library. A feeling, not quite intuition, but something older, something tied to his bloodline, pulled him toward the restricted section. "I suspected you might come here tonight." Madame Zabini's voice startled him as she materialized from between two towering bookshelves. In the dim candlelight, her dark eyes reflected no light. "Would you feel it too, don't you? The stirring of old magic?" Alexander hesitated, then nodded. "The Black Phoenix Society sought immortality through forbidden means, methods even my ancestor refused to document." "Yet here we are," she replied, gesturing toward an ancient tome that lay open on a reading stand, its pages seemingly untouched, yet radiating an aura of disturbance. "The Grimoire of Eternal Flame has been consulted recently." Alexander approached cautiously. The book's margins were filled with annotations in 7 different handwritings, one belonging to each missing student. "They weren't taken," he whispered, the truth dawning with horrifying clarity. "They left willingly, seduced by promises of power and eternal life," Madame Zabini confirmed. "The society has always preyed upon the brilliant and ambitious. They recruit in cycles of 7, once every 77 years. Why come to me with this?" Alexander asked, studying her inscrutable face. "Because, Professor Flamel, you alone might understand the temptation they face." She pulled back her sleeve to reveal a scar in the shape of a feather. "I was nearly one of them once. And because the society believes your family holds the true secret to immortality, one purer than their corrupted rituals." In the days that followed, while auras conducted their official investigation with bureaucratic thoroughness that yielded nothing, Alexander and Madame Zabini formed an unlikely alliance. They traced the students' steps through ancient passageways revealed by the Marauder's map, now a historical artifact displayed in the headmaster's office, but still functioning for those who knew its secrets. The clues led them to a chamber hidden beneath the Whomping Willow, accessible only during the new moon. There, etched into stone walls, they found the Society's manifesto, immortality not through the Philosopher's Stone's crude transmutation, but through the binding of multiple souls to a single phoenix, a ritual that perverted the bird's natural rebirth cycle. "The winter solstice approaches," Alexander noted, studying the astronomical charts carved into the ceiling. 3 days from now, when the veil between life and death grows thinnest," Madame Zabini confirmed, "they will attempt the ritual of obsidian flames. But where? Hogwarts is vast, but surely we would notice—" "Not Hogwarts," she interrupted. "The ritual requires consecrated ground, ground where a phoenix has died without rebirth." Alexander's eyes widened with realization. Dumbledore's tomb. Snow fell in silent sheets as they made their way across the grounds the following night. The white marble tomb gleamed under the moonlight, its pristine surface unmarred, yet Alexander sensed the disturbance beneath. Using a complex detection charm of his own design, he revealed invisible runes etched around the perimeter, preparation for the coming ritual. Adi, we're too late to prevent their gathering, Madame Zabini whispered, her breath crystallizing in the frigid air. The students have already begun channeling their magic into these runes. Look! She pointed to faint threads of crimson energy pulsing beneath the snow. They're binding themselves to something. Alexander knelt, brushing away snow to reveal more symbols. These aren't just any runes. They're adapted from my great-grandfather's notes, but corrupted. His voice faltered. Someone with access to my family's private archives designed this ritual. The revelation haunted him as they worked through the night, attempting to decipher and counter the preparatory enchantments without triggering whatever safeguards the society had established. By dawn, exhaustion clouded their thinking, and they retreated to Alexander's office to regroup. Among his belongings, inherited from Nicholas and passed down through generations, Alexander found a small leather journal he'd never fully examined, considered too mundane among more spectacular artifacts. Now, as he flipped through its yellowed pages, he discovered his ancestors' observations on the society's first emergence. "They don't seek true immortality," he read aloud, as Madame Zabini brewed a potion of clarity at his desk. "They seek transformation. The Black Phoenix isn't merely symbolic, it's their intended form, a collective consciousness bound to a phoenix immortal cycle, yet twisted to retain their human knowledge and ambition. A being of immense power," Madame Zabini concluded, "neither human nor creature, beyond the jurisdiction of magical law and potentially immortal. And they've been attempting this for centuries," Alexander realized. Each failure bringing them closer to success. The winter solstice arrived with unnatural swiftness, the shortest day yielding to the longest night. Alexander and Madame Zabini, having alerted the headmistress to their discoveries, but sworn to secrecy to avoid alerting potential society sympathizers within the ministry, positioned themselves near Dumbledore's tomb as darkness fell. They didn't wait long. Cloaked figures, 7 students led by an 8th form whose identity remained concealed, approached the tomb in solemn procession. Each carried a black candle that burned with flames of deepest purple. "The grimoire," Alexander whispered, recognizing the ancient book carried by the mysterious leader. "It's not just a record, it's a vessel," Madame Zabini nodded grimly. "For the fragmented soul of the society's founder, preserved through dark magic and waiting to incorporate the students into its collective." They watched as the ritual began, the students arranging themselves in a 7-pointed star. The leader, now identifiable as Arcturus Lestrange, a ministry archivist with access to confiscated artifacts, placed the grimoire at the center and began an incantation in a language older than Latin. The snow around the tomb melted instantly as black flames erupted from the ground. The students' expressions changed from reverence to fear as they realized the true nature of their sacrifice, not ascension but absorption. "Now," Alexander commanded, and he and Madame Zabini emerged from their concealment, casting a containment charm they had modified from Nicolas Flamel's original work, designed not to destroy the phoenix fire but to purify it. Golden light clashed with obsidian flames, creating a spectral aurora above the tomb. The students, momentarily freed from the ritual's compulsion, looked to Alexander with confusion and terror. "Break the circle!" he shouted to them. "The grimoire seeks to consume your individual magic to resurrect its master." 2 students immediately fled, breaking the formation. Others hesitated, torn between fear and the promise of power that still whispered in their minds. Arcturus Lestrange, his face contorted with rage, directed the black flames toward Alexander. "Flamel!" he hissed. "Your ancestor denied us the true formula for the stone. Your family has hoarded immortality for generations." Alexander deflected the attack, advancing steadily. "There is no true immortality," he countered. "Deal only life and its natural end. My ancestor learned that lesson at great cost." As their magical duel intensified, Madame Zabini worked methodically to extract the remaining students from the ritual's influence. One by one, they broke free, until only Lestrange remained, now channeling the grimoire's accumulated power. "You cannot stop what has begun," Lestrange declared, his voice overlaid with others, echoes of past society members whose essences lingered in the book. "The Black Phoenix will rise again." In that moment, Alexander made a decision that would forever connect him to his ancestors' legacy. Drawing upon a Flamel family secret, not the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, but its destruction, he cast a spell that targeted not Lestrange, but the grimoire itself. The ancient book shuddered, its pages fluttering as if caught in a violent wind. Black feathers erupted from its binding, swirling in a cyclonic fury before bursting into ordinary flames. Lestrange screamed as his connection to the book severed, the accumulated power having nowhere to go but back into the earth. When the auras finally arrived, summoned by the magical disturbance, they found 7 shaken students, an unconscious ministry archivist, and 2 professors standing amid a circle of ordinary ash. The secret of what truly transpired remained known only to those who witnessed it. The society's power broken not by force, but by the choice to reject immortality's false promise. In the aftermath, as winter yielded gradually to spring, Alexander often found himself standing before the portrait of Albus Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. "You knew, didn't you?" he asked the twinkling painted eyes one evening. "That's why you requested my appointment specifically." The portrait smiled enigmatically. "Knowledge is a burden, Professor Flamel. But secrets that remain too deeply buried have a way of festering into something far worse." As Alexander turned to leave, he noticed a single phoenix feather, vibrant red and gold, materializing on the desk. A reminder that true rebirth came not from clinging to life, but from accepting its natural cycle. The Society of the Black Phoenix had sought to conquer death. In doing so, they had forgotten how to truly live. He pocketed the feather, a token of a different kind of immortality, that of wisdom passed from one generation to the next. Outside the castle windows, stars twinkled in the night sky, the Phoenix constellation now burning bright and whole once more.